for whatever we discussed yesterday. And after the recap, I'll give you a small exercise, and then we'll see, how you basically deliver as part of that small ask. Okay, so we create a value tree, all of you. I'll give you a problem statement, and then let's see your submissions to that particular exercise. Let me share my screen. So if you see, what we discussed yesterday was primarily what is CBAP all about, right? Why we are learning or why we getting trained in CBAP. If somebody asks you why did you go for that particular course, or why did your organizations even investing in this particular course, reason being is because this CBAP is all about problem solving. So when we say you are a product owner, you basically own that problem end to end. So this is how the world is pacing towards. Every organization has certain problems or opportunities that they want to capitalize, and they need people who can own those problems or opportunities end to end. That is the expectations of the organization. So CBAP is just a one small step in that direction. And if you see, basically within CBAP, we try to understand that how you own that problem, right from understanding the problem, then developing the solution for that problem, and then testing that solution for the problem as well, and making sure that solution, once it is delivered, it actually solves the problem. So yesterday, we covered only one chapter, which was strategy analysis, wherein where we understood that how you analyze a problem. This entire journey of problem solving starts with understanding of the problem. It's really not easy. Uh, Most of the times, the customers, your stakeholders, they will not be well articulative in front of you. They will not articulate problems well, and you will struggle a lot understanding what they're trying to communicate to you. And this is where your experience matters a lot, and also your domain knowledge is very helpful in that in that particular scenario. So what we did yesterday was, if you look at strategy analysis, is you start analyzing the current state. Even though the stakeholder will come with their own description of the problem, you will not go in or buy in whatever they are communicating to you. You will also analyze the problem yourself. It's like a doctor-patient relationship. Now, when you are a product owner, you act like a doctor, as simple as that. Definitely, doctor starts listening to the patient first. Patient will say he or she has these many problems. Now, doctor can just go with whatever patient is saying and give the medicine, but then it can create further problems. So doctor does their own analysis as well. So you are also trying to act as a doctor here. You first analyze the current state. You look at the history of the organization. You understand what all product services they are offering, what kind of people they have within the organization, what kind of customers they have, what industry. You develop a little bit understanding about industry as well, right? Geographical spread. You even talk to regulators. You even look at political setup in that particular time, economic setup. Uh, you understand your customers better. You understand technology that is available within the organization. So you do a lot of analysis, but make sure, be mindful that you don't overdo it, right? Here you have to be very specific enough. Looking at the problem statement, you understand, okay, what all analysis you need to do. So nobody will guide you on that front. You as a product owner need to take a decision that this is what you need to analyze before you can start working on the BRD. So future state is all about business requirement document, wherein you define what capabilities we need to solve this problem. Okay, so coming up with a BRD is not easy. Today, you will actually come up with a BRD with help of a value tree. I'll give you a small problem statement and let's see how you do well. So future state, if you ask me, lot of BAs in today's world, they are good in working with technology, getting the requirements implemented. But if you ask them to write BRD from scratch, most of the people will struggle. The reason they struggle is because they don't understand the current state. They don't understand their stakeholders well, all those aspects of the organization. So they don't feel confident that this is what we need to do in order to solve this problem. And also, you need to assess risk. Every problem solving has risk, right? So you have to tell your sponsor that if we solve this problem, these are the events or conditions or prop probable circumstances where you will not be able to solve the problem, even if we have all these capabilities built, which we have mentioned in the BRD. I'm again repeating, BRD tells the organization what capabilities we need to solve the problem, right? And risk tells the organization, even if you have all the capabilities built, required to solve the problem, there are certain circumstances, certain events which are not completely, certain to happen. They are probable events, but if those events happen, even with these capabilities, you will not be able to solve the problem. And you assess the risk as well. And finally, you always solve problems in phases. The bigger the problem, the slower you will have your implementation plan, right? Again, doctor patient strategy. If a patient comes to you with a very big, ailment, you can't solve it all on day one. If it's a simple issue, you will definitely give some medicine, seasonal viral, 2, 3 days. The patient is absolutely fit to return to work. But bigger issue, you have to be, patient yourself as well. Work with the patient and then, come up with the roadmap that how will you treat that patient. So patient here, if just analogy point of view, is the problem. And doctor here is the product owner. So what you're doing here is as a product owner, you're trying to solve the problem, not the patient, sorry. I'm saying the sickness of the patient is the problem. And this is what you do. So if bigger the problem, you have to tell the organization, this is how we will deploy this solution and we will solve the problem in phases. Okay. So this is what it is. What I want to convey to all of you is that, as I've already told yesterday, that CBAP is a very, very interesting subject. Unfortunately, BA Bach, the book which is written, is very, very theoretical. Trust me, you will hate the book when you will read it. But then the good point is no direct theoretical questions from the book in the exam. If you understand the gist of every task and you're able to visualize it, you will be able to answer the question. At the end of the day, there are no subjective questions. It is just the MCQ. All you need to do is select the best option available to get it correct. Okay. So I have given some of the documents to you over the chat in the Google link, right? If you don't have it, let me copy paste again for those who joined little late. You can start downloading it. All everyday recordings will be available here as well for your reference. So let's do a simple exercise. Yes, Akhil, you can unmute yourself.
No, I was checking that document. Yes, thanks.
Yeah,
Mohit.
great.
Yeah.
Very nice. So let's do a simple exercise. I know all of you are from travel and hospitality industry, right? Let's say tomorrow IBS comes to you and they say that let's build a flight booking app. which can actually compete with Make My Trip, Clear Trip, Agoda, and all of those, IPPO. And if this is the vision, they'll give it to you. And they feel that they need it. The reason they want to make this app is probably is because A, they believe India is growing. So definitely more and more people will travel by flight. If you see right now, even train cost, especially for longer routes, the train costs almost as similar to what a flight ticket will cost to you. So probably there's a huge demand of flight tickets. The organization, the industry believes over the next 10 years, more and more airports are being announced. You must have heard in Noida, we have announced one more airport now, just few kilometers away from Delhi. There is being talks to have one more airport on in Bangalore, near Tamil Nadu. I know these talks have been for a long time, but again, these talks are being again resumed that we need finally one more airport. Already, we have one more terminal in Bangalore. So if you have to launch an industry-leading flight booking app, right, for our customer, the first thing is you have to decide what capabilities or what features you will offer in this flight booking app. And how will you do that is simple exercise. If you remember, I told you about this was a value tree. So I want all of you to create a value tree. The vision I've already given to you, right? Which is to provide or to launch industry leading flight booking app for your customers. You decide for what all customers you are trying to launch this flight booking app. It could be retail customers, corporate customers as well, right? Different type of customers even Make My Trip have. Think from a benefit perspective, what you want to offer through this app to the organization. What will be the indicator outcomes for those benefits? And then list down the enablers for those indicators outcomes. So these enablers are nothing but your, if you remember, business requirements. Okay. So if you create this, then I will ask one of you to maybe share your desktop, and then we'll see that what is your approach in discovering the requirements for this particular vision. Is the ask clear to everybody? Simple value tree. It won't take much time, maximum 30 minutes. All you need to do is create, open a slide or a Word doc. Just create 4 columns like this, put some text boxes, have some basic arrows, and then you will see how this value tree is so powerful to discover business requirements in a BRT document. Can we do this for 30 minutes, please? All of us together?
Mohit, can you repeat the vision again? I'll join
The
little later.
vision, let me type on the chat. The vision is this one: to launch industry leading flight booking app for our customers. As simple as that. And you will decide your customers, whether you are doing it for retail customers or corporate customers or mix of both. Or even, those travel agents. So there are various type of customers Make My Trip deal with. Travel agents, your retail customers like you and me, then corporate customers like IBS and so on. Can we all do this simple exercise? Anybody who feels it's not clear to them, this ask. I will keep this template open in front of you. And then accordingly, you can use this template to come up with the enablers. Thank you, Akhil. So I'll give you time, roughly around 30 minutes. Let's do this exercise. Let's target to complete this exercise 2:30. The reason I want all of you to do this is, I tell you why. Because as I said, this value tree is becoming a norm now. Every organization is aiming for outcome-based delivery. So they say, we'll give you money. Let's say Akhil is a product owner. I am the sponsor. I will say, Akhil, I'll give you the money, but tell me what outcomes you can give it to me in return. And when Akhil is presenting, the outcome-based delivery approach, all Akhil needs to do is this one simple slider. Okay, 2:30 sharp, and one of you will present the slide to everybody. And this is how it will be eventually. Okay. All of you have access to your desktops or laptops? Anybody who does not have access, please? Anybody over the chat can tell me who doesn't have access to laptop or a desktop? Great. I'm assuming everybody has it. So 2:30 sharp, let's see if one of you can present your approach of creating a value tree for an ask of a flight booking app for the customer, new flight booking app. It's just similar to what we discussed yesterday. Remember, Amazon launched the food app, and they were trying to compete with likes of Zomato, Swiggy. I'm assuming they must have done this value tree analysis as well. So we're doing similar exercise, but for a flight booking app. 2:30 sharp. And if anyone has any doubt or clarification or a query, they can unmute themselves and let me know. Immediately I will answer. But let's give a small attempt to this exercise and let's see who can present it to everybody. Thank you.
Mohit Afzal here. Could you
Yep.
please share the drive link once again? Not able to access from laptop. I'll try from my mobile.
Okay, I'll give the drive link once again.
Just paste it once again in the chat.
Yeah. Have you got it, Akhil?
I'm checking Mohit.
Yeah.
Mohit, I'm able to access. Thank you.
Thanks, Akhil. Thank you.
Hello, Mohit, this is Mithika here.
Yes.
Actually, I'm facing a issue in my laptop. I'll just reconnect from the iPad.
Sure, please.
Thank you. Thank
And
you.
also what you can do is, if you
Hmm.
want to try it out, this one, you need not do it on slide. You can do it on a piece of paper as well.
Okay,
I'm just
okay.
giving the idea, take a snapshot, email to yourself, and then if you want to show it to everybody, you can present that snapshot, simple snapshot as well.
Sure, sure. Let me try. I'll just
Yeah.
connect it on the
Done.
iPad.
Done.
Thank you.
Yeah, Mohit, is it okay if we use Excel for the same?
Sorry.
Is it okay if we use Excel for the same
Yeah,
thing?
absolutely.
That's
See,
fine.
the idea is not here to, to test the format. The idea is to see the thought process
Yeah, got it.
and, basically understand the value
Okay.
of this exercise. Hey folks, I hope most of you must have completed the simple exercise. Anyone needs more time, please?
Completed.
Completed, Akhil? Perfect. Great. Great. So who wants to share the screen? I can stop sharing. And we just want to see, I am curious to know what requirements you have come up with. As simple as that, and how it maps to outcomes. So just a thought process. Who wants to go first?
Can I share?
Yes, yes.
Mohit?
I stop share my Zoom,
Yeah.
and then you can do that.
Is it visible?
Yes, Akhil, it is visible.
Mohit, I didn't make two boxes, so by that time it finished. So what the vision created was,
Yeah,
we'll make a product like we'll name it also. So I just roughly named it as IBS Fly High.
very
It
nice.
should be yeah, it should be like a iOS, Android, and web interface should be there. So for the vision, we should create and release since it's a flight booking app, we can add this crew management also,
Hmm.
and we can the clients will be like major airlines. So there are a lot of airlines across, right? So that's a major market, and good client share will be there. And it should be like a one-stop solution for all the flight related needs. So benefits, user experience, and revenue, of course. Why it's a wide market. Airlines saves time, a lot of manual efforts that even we face nowadays when we try to book we go, even we have to go and do this, right? So if we can automate this into our application, it can it can only provide a good interface for the user also.
Right.
And yeah, so that's what I thought of the benefits. Then it can be connected with hotel chains, food apps, maybe after the build first release next year, after success, we can do that. So again, more market share would come in. And of course, during fly, everyone don't get to eat what they want when we take a flight. I had faced that, so I added that. Should be like customizable for any end user who is legally permitted to fly. And now benefits, the booking management and crew management will be very easy if that options are also added in the requirement phase itself. And rewards for early users, referrals that we see in Google Pay and all, we can add that features. It will only make the application bigger by a year. Yeah, it should increase the amount of users in a year. Then outcomes, first of all, we'll test and release it. Then client acquisition would be there. Expansion of the product will happen in the market. Wide data insights will come in through for the project itself. Good reviews from users can be used for the successful running of the app moving forward. Then high revenue generation, as time is money, and our booking app is reducing time and money for the end user. So reduce trips to booking offices and can be done from the comfort of the device.
Perfect.
Yeah, so those are the rough
Nice.
that came
Nice,
to
Akhil.
my.
I truly appreciate this is your first ever attempt for value tree. Just a couple of feedback. Very nice attempt. See,
Yeah, Mohit, yeah.
if you look at benefits, benefits are something like it could be tangible and non-tangible benefits. And generally, we think about, if we are launching an app, what we're trying to give it back to the organization like IPS. So we think from that perspective, like whether it's an additional revenue, number one, or you want to, maybe let's say you have created this app, and you will give it to the third parties who will use your app to provide services to the customers. Maybe you will not directly get into, booking flight tickets for customer. You will just create the infrastructure, just like ONDC in India. They have created the infrastructure for e-commerce, and now all the players, they're using that infrastructure. So similarly, maybe you are saying that high revenue, that is something that you're looking for from an IBS or additional revenue line. right?
Yeah.
And all of that. And then outcomes is all about like how will you achieve those benefits?
Got it. Got
So
it.
if you say revenue is additional revenue income for IBS, let's say, or additional revenue source for IBS, and the outcome could be, you will say that, 30% booking, or you will say that, how much of market share that you want to capture as part of that revenue. You understand what I'm saying? So if you
Yeah,
say,
got it. Got it. Yes, no,
so
it's more
basically
clear. Yeah,
outcome is how will you measure the benefit?
got it.
So when we say outcome, it is from the organization. So benefit, so what I want to convey to everybody is like vision, benefits, and outcome. You think from an organization perspective. Completely from an organization perspective, you think that what organization will gain if they develop this app, and your organization is IPS. You think from that perspective, accordingly you market. And once you have that understanding, then you come up with enablers, which is one more column, which is like what features you will have in your app so that you can ensure those outcomes for the organization. Very nice attempt. Thank you, Akhil.
Okay, thank you, Mohit. Thank you for the
Thank,
time. Yeah.
thank you. Anyone
Mohit,
else?
yes, can I share mine? I
Yes.
don't know how it
Yes, yes. Please,
is.
Shubham. Please, yes.
Yes. Okay. I hope you can see my screen.
Yes, I can see now. Yes.
It's like, exclusively for the app only, not from the website,
Mm.
and for the targeted customers. So, not for the crew, just for the customer base. So, the benefit for the industry would be the increased customer engagement. And while achieving for this benefit, we have three indicators for that. Increase the participation of the customers via the surveys and all, like how they real time they are looking for their deals and all. And
Yes.
second one for the real time push notification, which we can't achieve over the website.
So you can say
So it
indicators
would
will
be good
be,
if we provide that
yeah,
via the app.
yeah, just giving a very good
Yes,
feedback. You can say it's a very good attempt. Thank you, Shubham. So indicator will be high to response rate to push notifications of best deals.
yes,
Okay. So it will be response rate. So basically, if we are giving a lot of push notifications to customers, if we give it to 10 customers, let's say 70% or 60% of them are responding to those notifications by clicking on it. Let's say click rate. You can say high click rate for push notifications of pestilence. Okay, great.
same for this benefit, where we can reduce the operational cost for the service center while providing those services over the app,
Yeah.
where we can resolve the customer queries and complaints over the chat, not on the
Yeah,
call.
very
Track
nice.
the flight in the real time via the application, where if there is any delay, they will get the notification for the same. And the lost baggage, which we usually call customer every time.
Yes,
So,
they can do it themselves.
yes,
Yeah.
so it's the reduce operation cost. Third one is the increase revenue. For achieving this, we have three indicators: offer personalized deals for the customers,
Mm.
like increase customer base via the easy referral, so we can provide some rewards if they make referral or something. And third one for the reduced calls center cost.
Mm.
So I don't know if it is good or not, but
No. This is, see, as I said, this is the first attempt, right? None of us have created value tree before. We're trying it for first time. Only quick feedback. Some of the indicators are basically your business requirements. So you will add a fourth column, which is enablers. Just add the column G. Yes, here you write enablers or business requirements. So if you see, now here enablers will be, if you see row number 12,
yeah,
row number 12, cut paste and put it into column G, this one.
track lost baggage.
Yes, in row number 12 only, column G. Yes, here, cut paste, not copy paste.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Now, if you see most of the time, if your lost bag is there, you are absolutely right. Customer calls the airline and, then they investigate and all of that. Can it be self-serve, right? Every baggage which is lost, the systems are getting updated and the customers themselves can track the lost package. So that is your business requirement. And this way you will reduce the operational cost of providing service to the customer. Does that make sense, Shubham?
Yes.
So another example is we initially when IRCT was there, they used to book tickets and you used to get a waiting list. Every time you need to check the status. I'm talking about 10, 15 years ago. The customer has to call the IRCTC customer care and check the booking status of tickets. And they used to say, now your waiting list has improved from 14 to 5. Now ICTC, the customer need not call the service center at all. They can track the booking status of tickets with help of PNR.
Right.
Makes sense? Very nice. Thank you, Shubham. Okay, one more to go. Anyone else who wants to give it a try?
Thank you, Mark.
Thank you, Shubham.
Afzal here. Can I share this?
Yes. Yes.
Is it visible?
Yes, it is.
Yeah. I just made a rough sketch, I would say.
Yeah.
My vision is like industry leading flight booking app to our customers from IBS point of view. Like the benefits I'm noting like a digital revenue increase. The
Mhm.
indicators I'm looking at, since we offer different other services with IBS, we can add this digital travel booking option with IBS bundle.
Mhm.
We can check for the market share percentage growth and also our IBS brand value. And second benefit, I'm looking at better cooperation with the flight customers we already have. So we are offering this direct ticket booking facility with the existing customers. So they will have benefit on. Then travelers who are actually traveling, they will get a best fare, which will enable more business for the flight companies. Then from the sales perspective, this flight customers will get a single platform benefit also. We can add more flight customers to IBS list. I'm not sure whether it's the right way or my
No,
thought
no,
process is
absolutely.
right.
See, all of you, one thing is common. I'm very happy that you're able to, figure it out that how vision maps to benefits to indicators and enablers. Only one common feedback to everybody is that indicators are nothing but how will you track benefits. So just write in bracket indicators, just write bracket in indicate after indicators, write open bracket open and say how will you track benefits, how organization will track benefits, how org will track benefits. Okay, so when we say you, it is organization. So that is the thought process when we are creating the third column. Enablers is write in bracket in enablers how organize, what capabilities we need to enable those benefits. Does that make sense?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. So, and these capabilities are nothing but your business requirements. Okay.
Okay.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you, Abzal.
I'll stop sharing.
Yes. Thank you so much. So folks, if as you have all seen, see, creating a value tree, a BRD is really not that easy. People believe it's easy. But what I have seen is even today, a lot of experienced folks also struggle in creating a good business requirement document and creating end-to-end value tree. It comes with experience. So my request to all of you is whatever role you are working in whichever project you are working, try to create a value tree yourself. Even if nobody's asking you, try to create a value tree, try to visualize if you were leading that project or a program as a product owner, how will you discover requirements? How will you understand the problem? How will you conceptualize the solution? How will you convince the sponsor that this is the right solution for this problem? With benefit cost analysis. So start visualizing yourself as a product owner, a true product owner, not mere a designation, and start, practicing some of the artifacts for your existing projects. It will really help a lot in future whenever you are asked to become a product owner for a product which is getting started from scratch, day zero. See, being a product owner for an existing product is easy. I'm again repeating, right? Let's say I joined IBS, I created one product for 5 years. Then I thought of, moving to another organization after 5 years. I'm just giving example. And then I say, Afzal, you take it over in my absence for this product as a product owner. That job is relatively easy because already you have a product. But let's say somebody asks you to start, first of all, discover the need of a new product, convince them that this is the right, direction, and then conceptualize the product from scratch. Doing this requires a bit of thought leadership. Okay, I hope this exercise was little helpful for some of you. Just trying to get your hands dirty and try to, my intent is for all of you to understand that BA is not a mere academic tick mark exercise, right? If you read BA and try to visualize some of the concepts, not all, but some of the concepts from your practical projects point of view, it will actually empower you in the long run. Okay, so let's go to the next knowledge area for today. Very simple knowledge area, which is BA planning and monitoring. Any question from anyone before we start the next knowledge area? Okay, I'll take it as no. So let me share my screen. So BA planning and monitoring, if you remember, I clearly told you was once you have done the strategy analysis, right? So if I go back here again, right? Let me start it again. So I'll just delete this for now. Yeah. So what we did was, yesterday we know like it's a very simple knowledge area and we will have a quiz on this knowledge area. So please listen to this carefully. Okay. Strategy analysis, we got, if somebody asks you what it is, we got sign off for the problem. That's it. Sign off means go ahead. So if Afzal was the product owner and I'm the sponsor, I will say, Afzal, go ahead and solve this problem. Okay, I'll give you all the money that you need. Now, before you start spending that money, hear me carefully. You will do BA planning and monitoring. So what you do in BA planning and monitoring? So basically you do planning before you start spending that money or before you start execution. So what planning? First, you will decide or recommend what approach we will follow. Delivery approach. So delivery approach means agile or waterfall. Very important. Okay. So this recommendation is given from the business analyst. So business analysts see whether depending upon complexity, if problem is too complex, you will say, let go in agile, let build the solution in phases, right? Waterfall is like you get all the requirements, you build all the solution in one go, you deliver all the solution in one go. That is waterfall. Agile is you build solution in phases. So if you are working in a complex product, you will always go in phases. Like Amazon Pay on Amazon, even today they are adding features every year. It's a complex product in itself. So they are going in agile fashion. Second thing you will look at is visibility. let's say your stakeholder says, I really don't know what you are building or what kind of product I need. I want to see every 2 weeks, every 4 weeks what you are building. You will go for agile. Because in agile, every 2 weeks, 4 weeks, you give a demo of the working product or to the stakeholder. So visibility is also important. If you say adaptability, now the thing is, let's say your stakeholders is saying that my requirements might change in future. Today I think I need this, but after 1 year I might need something else. If that is the case, you will go for agile. You are trying to be adaptable to the customer demand, right? The fourth is risk of failure. Let's say you are working in a product wherein you foresee there are high risk that that product might not work. For example, Amazon Food, they came in. It has very high risk, right? You already had established Swiggy, Dine Out, Zomato. You are entering a very congested market. You will go in agile fashion. You will go with, basic set of features for select customers. You will see their experience, how it is going, and slowly you will expand. So if a risk of failure is high, right, you will always go for agile rather than waterfall. If you are going for a very simple product versus simple product, right, versus no visibility or requirements are clear, no visibility required, versus requirements are clear or stable, low risk product, you will go for waterfall. So basically what BA box says is, as a BA, you will recommend whether we should build this product or the solution in an agile framework or in a waterfall framework. Any questions from anyone, please? The first task, very simple task, and you look at some of these criteria in understanding whether we go for agile or waterfall. Okay. And there is something called hybrid also. If you see, what is hybrid? Hybrid is a between waterfall and agile. So when we created online banking for SBI, right, we, that time in 2005, there was no concept of agile. It was only waterfall. But what we did was, we break down the entire scope of online banking into 3 releases. So release 1, we said we will go only for accounts. Release 2, payments. Release 3, loans. Every release that we went, we took waterfall approach for that release. So what I'm saying is, in hybrid, you break down the scope into multiple releases, big releases, release 1, 2, 3, and every release, then you go for a waterfall way. Why it is agile? Because you are breaking down scope into 3, phases. And why it is waterfall? Every phase goes through waterfall way. And that is what we call as hybrid. That is your first task. Okay. The second task is planned stakeholder engagement. Now, before you start executing BA planning, please remember, before you start execution, you do BA planning monitoring. So in this, you also decide what all stakeholders you will engage with. It's very important. Now, I tell you, I was working for a contactless card, and now everybody has a contactless card, but it was a new feature in 2014 for London, for one of the banks in London. So we realized that contactless feature, we even need representatives from MasterCard and Visa. So what I'm saying is, as a BA, looking at the problem that you have, business need is nothing but the problem that you are solving, right? And whether it is agile, so whatever output from previous task will become input to this task as well. BA approach, which is nothing but whether you go agile, waterfall, or hybrid. Accordingly, you decide the stakeholder engagement approach, which is nothing but you decide which stakeholders you need and how will you engage with them. So if it is agile, engagement is throughout the project, right? Throughout the project in agile, all stakeholders work together. If it is waterfall, you get all the requirements in one go and you engage with them in the first phase, first few days, and then you engage with technology later on. And if it is hybrid, you engage the stakeholder in phases, phase 1, phase 2, phase 3. So this is what we call as stakeholder engagement approach. See, problem with BA-BOK is terminology. That is the only problem with BA-BOK. Okay. And that's the reason people get confused. This, when they see plan B approach, they are not able to visualize what this task is all about. And this is what I'm trying to decipher for you. BA approach is nothing but delivery approach, which is recommended by BA. You can make notes. Stakeholder engagement is nothing but what all stakeholders you need to solve the problem and how will you engage with them. As simple as that. The third that you do, which is very important task, is plan BA governance. Now, what is governance? See, why you need governance? You need governance only when there is change in requirements. What is governance, first of all? It is nothing but supervision, monitoring. When you need to do supervision and monitoring? When there is change in requirements. If let's say there is no change in requirements at all, you don't need any governance approach. You don't need constant supervision, surveillance, and monitoring of those requirements. So plan BA governance is nothing but you define how will you manage change in requirements. In Agile, if you see, the change in requirements is very high. Whereas in Waterfall, even in Waterfall, change in requirements happen, right? You get change request. It is very less. In hybrid, it's somewhere between Agile and Waterfall. And also you decide from the previous output stakeholder engagement approach, which stakeholders you need while managing change in requirements. It's very important. So let's say today we decided that we will log in via username password. Let's say. Tomorrow somebody say we need to log in via OTP also. We need OTP also. Now, as a BA, you should know whom you need to engage in order to manage this change. You need a representative from technology because it's a big technology change. You might need a representative from regulatory. Maybe regulatory also need to have for you to have strong customer authentication. You will need people from legal, compliance, audit, just to get this change approved and make sure whether this change is really required or not. So plan BA governance is very simple knowledge area wherein you say, how will you manage change in requirements? Okay. This is what you call as plan BA governance. Very, very important. So basically you come up with a change management framework here, wherein you will say whenever there is a change, this is how will you manage change. If it's agile, you will add more stories in Jira, which will be picked in subsequent or prioritized in subsequent sprints. If it's waterfall, you will go for a change request and so on. Very simple thought process. What BA says is, BA box says is, first decide whether it is agile, waterfall, or hybrid. And depending upon whether it is agile, waterfall, or hybrid, decide what stakeholders and how will you engage them. And also, depending upon whether it is agile, waterfall, or hybrid, decide how will you manage change in requirements throughout the project. Okay. The fourth is plan BA information management. See how one of the things I dislike about BA BOK is terminologies. Now, see, BA information management. Basically, how you as a BA will manage the information that you will receive. You will receive information from so many stakeholders. How will you manage information that you will receive as a BA? Basically, you know what they are saying? Basically, here you decide what documentation you will create or what documents you will create and what will be the templates of your documents. Templates for those documents. Does that make sense? So see, unnecessarily they have made it complicated. So when I hire a BA, I tell them, let's say I hire Saloni, I'm just saying. So I'll say, hey Saloni, thank you, your business problem is approved. Before you start executing the solution or developing the solution with technology, give me your plans. So what Saloni will do? Simple things. Saloni will say, Mohit, my recommendation is to go for Agile. Let's say, these are the stakeholders we will require throughout the project, and this is how we will engage them. This is how we will manage change in requirements, right? And these are the documents we will create as part of Agile framework. In Agile, we'll create epic stories, themes, and so on. That's it. And if you see here, the name of the knowledge area is BA Planning and Monitoring, right? BA Planning and Monitoring. So planning has 4 tasks, which I have already explained. 4 tasks. Monitoring has only 1 task. So what we do in monitoring here? In monitoring, basically what BA box says is, as a BA, you also tell how you can monitor, what you are monitoring here, how you can monitor the performance of BA. So BA needs to do his or her job well. So here you tell the project manager how the project manager can monitor the performance of BA. So basically what we say is the BA will come up with metrics, certain metrics, by which you can track performance of BA. So what are those metrics? It could be like number of functional defects during user acceptance testing. Now, if you see, if number of functional defects are very high, not technical defects, it means there were a lot of requirement gaps, which means as a BA, I did not do my job well, right? So, or you can say stakeholder feedback. Now, BA job is very important in the project. BA works with all the internal and external stakeholder. In my organization, what we have done is every quarter, we give a stakeholder feedback form, survey monkey form, to all the stakeholders with whom BA is working. So stakeholder feedback is also a criteria whether I am performing well as a BA. So as a BA, my job is to gain trust of the stakeholders as well. The reason we need to do trust is, please understand, I am getting requirements from customers. So customers is trusting me that I have understood all his or her requirements. Then I pass on that requirements to technology. So technology trusts me that I have explained them the requirements correctly. So BA is a center point of the entire project. So if BA does not have good relationship with all the stakeholder, then the project will not be successful. And that's why one of the criteria of performance of BA is stakeholder feedback as well. And this is what we have as part of BA planning and monitoring. Very, very simple knowledge area. All knowledge areas are very simple. If you see, it's just about decoding the terminology, and understanding the purpose of this task. So BA approach, once again, you decide whether it is agile or waterfall, right, or hybrid. Stakeholder engagement, as the name suggests, what stakeholders you need, how will you engage with them. BA governance, governance you need whenever there is a change, you need to do the governance. So here you will decide how will you manage change in requirements and how will you get sign off for that change in the requirement. See, every change in requirement is a cost to the bank or the organization. So you need a proper framework. If you keep on accepting changes, you will never be able to go live. Never, even if it's agile. Definitely in agile, we accept changes, but it's not like it should be never ending changes. Otherwise, it will go on and on. So that's why BA box says is it's very important BA manages change in requirements and BA knows how to receive sign off for changes as well. So plan BA governance is one of the important tasks. BA information management, how will you manage information documents? So what documents you will create and what will be the template of those documents is also very important. And finally, BA performance improvement. You also work with project managers to mutually decide the metrics which can help track the performance of a PA. It's very, very important. Every resource in the project has to perform well to make a project successful. And that's the kind of culture messaging BA BOK is trying to establish as part of this knowledge area, which is BA planning and monitoring. Any questions, please, on BA BOK?
Mohit Afzal here.
Yes.
Like on this performance improvement, like we'll be reporting to this product owner or to the direct other stakeholders. Like how it will be.
Very nice.
We could be
Performance
reporting
improvement.
different metrics.
Yeah,
Sorry.
performance improvement. Generally, you do it product manager. So your overall product director or the lead, they will gauge your performance as a PA. Stakeholders will provide input, whether they are happy or not. But the entire assessment of performance, it is bit sensitive and internal. You will do it with your manager, who could be your product manager.
Okay. Thank you, Mohit. It's clear.
Great. Anyone else, please? Okay, so we have an interesting quiz. Let's see how many of you get it. Yes.
Yeah, Mohit, can you hear me?
Yes, I can now.
Mohit, one doubt about this BA profile. Like, the BA reports to PO, or are there BA across both sides? Like, yeah, in client side and the technology side.
Yes. So basically, see, you have dual reporting nowadays. So basically, if let's say you are part of a service company, you will, be reporting to someone in IPS, and functionally you will be reporting to the client, right? So what you do is, then when you are functionally reporting to the client, both of them gets involved in your performance as a PA. Make sense? So both of them will be assessing your performance, your client functional manager as local reporting manager within the IPS.
So based on projects, it will vary, right?
Yes.
Okay, got it.
And some of the techniques which are important, let me share that as well. So this is what we call as RACI metrics. It's very, very important. So when you are figuring out who are your stakeholders, right? Planned stakeholder engagement. So you list all your stakeholders like this, and you also figure out what are their roles in the project. So for example, if sponsor is a only one person is accountable always, remember. It's a decision maker. So he or she is the person who is funding your project. So that will be your sponsor. As a business analyst, you are responsible for various tasks, all the BA related tasks. While you are completing those tasks, you will consult with project managers, developers, and so on. So those are consulted. And then there are certain stakeholders who you just keep them informed, like tester, trainers, and so on. Does that make sense? So basically what happens is you might create an RACI matrix just to understand what kind of stakeholders you are interacting with, number one, and what is their role. Then sometimes you do something of this also. Impact influence of stakeholders. So whatever product you are solving or creating, or problem or product you are creating, you figure out which that product, the impact of that product on stakeholders. It could be high or low. Similarly, influence of stakeholder means how the stakeholders can give inputs to what kind of features should be there as part of that product. So example, let's say I'm making Amazon food. So Amazon food, if you see, regulators has a very high influence in India. So you will keep regulators here in this section, the food inspectors and traffic guidelines. So those stakeholders, they have a very high influence on Amazon food. So you will keep them always, the impact is high. So they will be in this quadrant. And also they will give you, basically tomorrow if any change happens, so the impact is high. So they will be in this quadrant, which is absolutely fine. Then if you see your developers and testers, those stakeholders also the impact is high, but their influence is low. So developers and testers will never tell you, hey Mohit, add this feature in the product. Their influence is low, but impact is high, because tomorrow, whenever there is a change, let's say I added OTP, their work has increased. So your developers and testers will be here. Make sense? Regulators are here. So this way, all stakeholders whom you are working with, you will put them in these quadrants. And accordingly, you will engage them proactively. That is the purpose of this impact influence. The purpose of this technique is to understand how you will engage with various type of stakeholders. Every stakeholder type has different interest in the product that you are building. And depending upon the interest, you will engage with them. Okay. And finally, you also do something of this onion diagram also. So onion diagram means whenever there is a change in the product. So onion diagram only analyzes the impact parameter. Impact parameter means if you are changing the requirements of the product, the highest impact is on your developers and testers, because they are the one who are building your product. And the lowest impact is maybe on your suppliers, because they are just providing you support, like let's say you are deploying the product on, I'm just giving examples, on Amazon or Azure. Now, even if you change features, some features in your product, there will be a bare minimum effect on your AWS services or your services. Because when you deploy your product on those, cloud platforms, it doesn't matter what kind of features you have in that product at a very high level. So this way, you sometimes see, the idea here is you analyze your stakeholders, you figure out how they influence your product, what is the impact of changes, of the product changes on those stakeholders, and accordingly you engage proactively with stakeholders so that your relationship with stakeholder is well taken care of. Okay. So some of the techniques, we don't use that, to be honest, in real world too often, but it's good to know them. Sometimes if you are working in a project which is very, very, sensitive from a stakeholder perspective, organization might ask you to create stakeholder metrics. Okay. Any question before we look at the quiz, please? Very simple quiz. Let's see how many of you get it correct. I'll give you around 15 minutes and then we look at the answers. I have just copy pasted the quiz. It's true or false. Give all your answers in one go. Folks, please type in your answers over the chat so that I can review them. Akhil, question is in the chat itself. Let me type it again.
Yeah, got it. I scrolled up. Got it.
Yeah,
I was checking in the other drive. Yeah.
no worries, no worries.
Yeah, thanks. Got it.
Yeah. So 5 minutes more and then we look at the answers.
Hi, Mohit.
Yes.
Mohit, I'm not able to recall for the question number 5 and 6. Did we cover those or?
See, that's a good point. So basically what happens is in BA BOC, in exam, you will see certain questions will come outside the book also. Because
Which
it's
will be
not
the logical, right?
Yeah. It has to be logical. So that's why they say that the exam is very, very work experience centric. So, and that's why I wanted to test this ability as well, that if a question comes in the real exam, which is outside what has been discussed or covered in the book, how will you respond to that question thinking logically and relating it to your work experience?
Got it.
Okay. Because some questions does come every time outside the BA BOC curriculum. And that's why it is a mandate that you cannot sit for the exam if you don't have experience. BA BOC is just for guidance per se. Although
Got it.
80 to 90% questions come from there, but at least 10%, we call it googly, right?
Correct.
So all of those comes as well. And anyway, this passing score is very low. I mean, 60% passing score is very low. So, I mean, and then you can do a guesswork. There is no negative marking as well. And that's why the pass rate is very high. The challenge is application rate. And now I hope all of you understand why so few participants globally go for CBAP exam. One of the strong reason is these terminologies. Most of the trainings for CBAP are completely theoretical. People are not able to visualize what this task actually mean. They'll never feel confident, and that's the reason they never sit for the exam. But now I hope the way we are learning this, each of these chapters, I'm trying to help you visualize those tasks. Okay, so let's look at the answers. I've got the answer from most of you. First question is plan BA task, governance task, which is now you know governance is all about managing change in requirements and getting it signed off. The key word is governance. Include defining template for requirement traceability matters. This is straight away false. Because documents and templates are created in the knowledge area information management in this task. Okay, the first one is false. The second one says, this is a tricky one. It includes tracing requirements to test cases. The answer is false. You know why it is false? The reason is you are not executing anything. You have not started the execution. Remember, you are just deciding documents and templates of those documents. But you populate these templates only once you start elicitation and other knowledge areas. So you do not trace anything here. It's just that you decide that you will create a traceability matrix and you create a template for traceability matrix. Okay, so the answer is false. The first two are false. Identify BA performance improvement, which is like your improvement task. Defining both qualitative and quantitative metrics. Absolutely true. It could qualitative is number of UAT, quantitative is number of UAT defects. Qualitative is customer feedback, stakeholder feedback, right? I gave you example for both. Quantitative metrics are subjective. Quantitative are not subjective. It's qualitative which are subjective. So please note keywords during the exam. So the third one is also false. Fourth one, identify BA performance improvement includes recommending actions for improvement in performance BA. Yes. It also includes actions. Let's say your stakeholder feedback is very poor. Some of the actions will be given to you so that you can improve stakeholder feedback. Preventive actions are those, example, BA training. Let's say your communication skills are not proper. Stakeholder feedback is they never understand what you're trying to communicate. So they might give you a soft skill training. So preventive action are those that reduces the probability of an event with negative impact, which is true. Basically, event here is stakeholder is not able to understand what you are trying to communicate. How can you reduce that event to happen at all? By giving preventive action. Preventive means you prevent that event to happen, which is true. Simple English, smart reading. Corrective actions are those that reduce negative impact of the event, which is true. So corrective action here is event has happened now. Stakeholders are not happy. They are escalating. How you are correcting their feedback to you. So that is true. Improvement actions are those that increase probability of event with a positive impact, which is again true. So improvement is like stakeholder is happy. they gave you, let's say 1 out of 5, they gave you 4, which is also acceptable. But how we can make it 5? The feedback, the top rating, by introducing certain actions, which can further enhance the probability of event with positive impact. Event here example is top rating from the stakeholders. So last 3 are true, first 3 are false. Such a simple, see, what I'm saying is exam is simple. There are 2 approaches to it. One is you mug up everything, you start the way we used to do it in our school, college. We used to mug up everything and we believe that we'll get the answers correct. You can memorize every word from this knowledge area in the book. You will still not get all the answers correct. But if you are able to visualize and relate to your work experience, trust me, you can clear the exam tomorrow. Any question, please, from the 6 questions?
Fifth, Mohit, I am not able to connect that. Corrective actions are those that requires negative impact of the event.
That
I
reduce.
made, reduce. I made that false because I thought this shouldn't be happen. The event, so the probability word would be suitable.
That is preventive. Preventive is, so for example, if I have give a simple example, tomorrow we have a rain. We believe, I'm just give one more example, that today we have a match and we are expecting rain today. Right? So match might get amended because today's a rain forecast. So preventive here is, you will say, okay, let's not have a match today itself. We will play tomorrow because tomorrow the forecast is clear sky. That is preventive. So abandoning of the match due to weather, you're trying to prevent that event. Corrective is rain has started. Then what you will do is you will say, okay, let's wait for some time. You will have extension of the working. You might use DLS method just to make sure match doesn't get abandoned. You get some concrete result at the end of the match. So corrective action is always event has happened. Now how you correct it? Make sense?
Yeah, it's still little confusing. Actually, you gave an example yesterday, like the event shouldn't be happen. So
Mitigation.
Mitigation for
Mitigation is
that
also preventive. Same thing. What is mitigate? Mitigate means like
reducing the effect. I think, right?
mitigate, reducing the probability. Risk mitigation. So risk mitigation means, if you see mitigation, if you just Google, it's all about, avoiding that negative event to happen.
Okay.
Okay, so that is mitigation.
Okay.
Okay, so this is how we do. So basically, see, again, let's not mix 2 concepts here. Preventive means you are preventing a negative event. That makes sense? Preventive. The name itself, you are preventing the negative event. Corrective is a negative event has happened, how you can make it positive. As simple as that. And improvement is a positive event has happened, how you can further, make it even more positive. Preventive, corrective, improvement. Make sense?
Yes, man.
Okay.
Thanks.
Perfect. Good. Thank you so much. So this is, see, idea is, first of all, I understand you will see some questions in the exam also, which will be little tricky. And some questions will be straightforward also. Please don't get me wrong, like all the logic here will be like this only in the exam, which is like every question is tricky. You have to think twice. Some questions will be completely straightforward. So if you see out of 100, 25% questions will be straightforward. 25% will require a little bit of analysis. So 50% you can easily crack it. And remaining out of 50, you will see the questions are little tricky. Okay. So I know we have not taken a break today, so let's take a break now. And after the break, we will cover one more knowledge area, which is elicitation. Very interesting knowledge area. So basically, after this, now you start execution because your plans are approved. So in terms of execution, you will start something called formal elicitation.
Mohit, before we wrap up this conversation, one more thing, like we need to take care of this thing also, like how we are acting for particular question. Like for this particular exercise, I have thought like every question is tricky, and
Right.
I have made my actions according to that to like overthink on that thing and
Very
make
nice,
them.
very nice. So very good thing. In exam, you'll get only 1 minute per question. Whatever questions you feel it is tricky, just mark the answer, whatever your gut feeling is says. You have an option to mark that question. But do not spend more time. Once you are done with all the questions, after that, whatever time is remaining, review the marked questions only. Does that make sense? So this way, so whatever questions is easy, you will immediately attempt it. Do not mark it. You feel it's correct, you will go it. Any question which is tricky, you are not sure about your answer, just mark it in the exam. It's a prometric exam. It's not a paper-based exam. So in the exam itself, you can simply mark that question. There's an option for mark the question. You select that button. Once you are done with all the 100 questions, you can say review the marked questions. Then one after another, all the marked questions will appear to you. You again do a little bit of analysis, see whether your answer is correct or not. And if you feel a change is required, you can change it. Have I answered to your query?
Yes, Mohit, thanks.
Okay. And don't worry. See, first of all, appreciate the fact you are understanding the concept today. Today is the first day. If in first day itself, you are able to explain to someone what is strategy analysis, what is BA planning and monitoring, it's a big, big win. Read BA planning monitoring in the first chapter, chapter 3. You see how they have made it so complicated. Now, the way you have analyzed, understood this task, knowledge area, you will be able to quickly read the book also and get ready for the exam. And also, please go for watermark test series if you want. It has excellent test series, lot of questions. Some of these questions I have picked from watermark only. So they, come up with really good mock test. It's little costly, but it will give you 100% confidence that you are ready for the exam.
Apart from that, Mohit, do you have any exercise for us apart from this regular one?
Yeah, we will have a Friday, we have a mock test. So all of you will appear that mock test also. And apart from that, see, this exam is an easy one. All you need to do is 2 weeks of study, 100 pages, few mock tests, and you're ready for the exam. As I said yesterday, please do not aim for 90%, 95% score. Anything above 60% is good. Because even if you get 90%, your scores will not be there in the certificate. So what I'm saying is, let's not over-engineer this exam. Focus on 2 things. One is getting the certificate. Second, practical implementation in day-to-day projects. That's it. Okay. Okay, guys, we'll take a break and then we'll resume for the last chapter today, which is elicitation. Again, a very interesting knowledge area. And this way we will cover 3 of the 6 knowledge areas today, and tomorrow we'll focus on remaining 3, which are again very simple. And on the last day, it will be a mock quiz for around 1 hour. We will review the mock quiz, and also for around 1 to 2 hours, you will complete your application within the class, and I will review your application. Reason being, CBAP, one of the biggest challenges with CBAP is 50% application reject rate. So we have to make sure if you pay application fee, all of your application get selected. Okay, so we'll come back sharply. It's a first break. We didn't take any break, so I'll giving a longer break. We'll come back sharply 4:15 p.m. Indian time. Okay, 4:15 p.m. Indian time. Please be sharp. And we'll cover LECTs. Thank you. Hi everyone. Please confirm over chat once you are back. Thank you, Kandi.
Mohit, just a query with the first exercise that we had with the value tree.
Mhm.
Can we just send it to you, like if you have time but today, if you can review that and let us know your comments,
For
because
sure. Or we can do it now. Meanwhile, people are joining in. If you are comfortable, you can share your screen and I can have a look.
okay, yeah, that should be also fine.
Yes, yes.
Okay, I'll share forward. Okay, share screen. Yes. Do you see my screen?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
If you can, it looks really nice, first of all.
Thank you.
So if you can give me an overview, it will really help.
Yeah. So actually, one thing is that I hadn't have much. The time was not enough for me actually to.
No, I agree. Kandi, you're breaking. Generally, we give 1 hour. I think we lost Kandi.
Hello.
Yes, Kandi, you are still there, but we have
Are
lost
you
your
able to
screen
hear
share.
me?
I can hear you, but we have lost your screen share.
Hello.
Kandi, we have lost your
Hello.
screen. Yes. Yes, Kandi, we can hear you.
Okay, but I'm not able to hear anything actually.
Can you join back? Can you join again? I think some issue with your.
How about now?
Are you able to hear now?
Yeah, I can hear now.
Great,
Okay.
great.
Since everyone has joined, should we do this later or is it fine to continue?
No, we can do it now. No worries, Kanti. If you can
Okay.
share your screen.
Yeah.
Are you able to upload this as well? Okay, let's first discuss and
Yeah.
decide if you're able to upload it in Google Drive or not.
Okay, fine. Yeah.
Yeah.
So the vision was to launch industry leading flight booking app to our customers. Oh, I'm getting some message. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So my target customers were actually to focus more on the low income and medium income customers who would want to use the domestic flights to travel to their hometowns during weekends
Very
or
nice.
during the beginning or end of the week.
Right.
So this was my vision, but it was not I didn't have much clarity on that. So some things may not fall in place, but still I
Understood.
managed to have something. Yeah. So those are the customers, and they should have a provision in the booking application to make a booking for domestic flights.
Right.
And since they are low income and medium income customers, their airfare should be obviously less so that they can afford it. And as well, how the organization gains benefits by doing the same. So the benefits is like increase the usage of flights for low income and medium income customers for domestic travel. Mohit, please correct me wherever I have done it wrong.
Yeah. No, I'm listening.
Okay.
You first complete
Okay.
and then I'll give feedback.
Yeah. And next, so how do we gain that benefit is by giving less travel time. Okay, how does it benefit the customer is by less travel time for passengers to reach their destination. So usually the low income workers would use the regular transports to reach their destination, but if they use the flights, it saves them a lot of time. And so if we reduce the fare, then obviously more of the low fare domestic flights will be booked by these consumers. Then again, keep the airfare as minimum, avoiding extra benefits in the flights. Like, so whatever additional benefits that we provide in a good, I mean, like very good flights, we can we can remove them all and just have to pay for the travel alone. So
Right.
that way the fare becomes low, so making flight affordable for all types of consumers. Then again, this reduces the maintenance cost for flights. Like if you don't provide food or any entertainment like TV screens or anything, then obviously there is less maintenance in the flight. Then again, improve the travel experience of customers by providing quality service at affordable cost. Okay, so even though the cost is less, still the quality has to be there, at least a bare minimum quality. So we can provide miles for frequent flights. If they are using it very often, then they get travel miles, and they can use those travel miles for some other benefits in the same booking app. Then
So I've
yeah.
actually gone through while you were speaking, I was reading as
Okay,
well.
fine.
So,
Okay.
first of all, very nice attempt, Kandi, and it shows your experience working as a PA. First thing is, see, what I liked about you was you started thinking about persona and the benefits. So when we start thinking about benefits, the first thing we do is whom we are giving benefits for, right?
Mhm.
What are our target customers? So you thought about that, and you said that for income and low income and medium customers, you
Yeah.
want to give them the affordable tickets for them.
Mm. Mm.
Number one. Second thing is, now this low income and medium income customers, they generally are not app savvy, and if you're
Yeah.
targeting tier 3 customers and all, you might and also the internet speed might not be that high in those areas wherein you can give them fancy applications.
Exactly.
So one
Yeah.
of the benefits you can say that we want to give them to be able to access the app even in areas where there is low internet penetration,
Hmm.
and ability to access the app offline as well. So this is also
Okay.
becoming very popular nowadays. Let's say I am in tier 3 cities, I want to book tickets. I just raise a request. As soon as my mobile is online, the ticket will get booked. So something of
Okay.
that sort, right? So
Hmm.
when you're thinking, I'm just thinking along with you now.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. Sure. Sure.
third is maybe ability to book the tickets in native language. That is
Exactly.
also some better readability or usability from user perspective. So something of that sort you're thinking. The benefit you're purely thinking, if I launch this app, a tier 3 customer, a tier 3 city customer,
Hmm.
what are the benefits that app will provide to that customer?
Yeah.
And then when you are providing those benefits to the customer, you will say that what are the outcomes? Outcomes means like what organization will gain. So you will say, if I provide these and these benefits, let's say the first is ability to access the app in offline, or in offline setup. So you
Mm.
will say high traffic to the app
Yeah.
from tier 3 cities.
Mm.
So that's the outcome from the organization, right? So because
Okay.
now, since your app is independent of internet speed, is really not dependent on internet speed, even you will see higher traffic from tier 3 cities. So all the Make My Trip, Clear Trip, Amazon, they're struggling that they don't get much traffic from tier 3 cities.
Okay.
When you say you are giving them affordable tickets,
Mm.
you will say high conversion rates from those customers. So conversion rate means, let's say somebody is accessing the app, but nobody's booking anything. They just look at the app, see the tickets and all of that.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
When you are giving affordable, it should lead into better conversion rates,
Yeah.
right? So that is what the native language, when you're saying benefit is easy to use app.
Mm.
So you're saying outcome is less customer queries.
Okay.
Then you will talk about enablers.
Mm.
Enablers here will be like, native language support, which you absolutely right. These are the languages, tier 3 cities, you will say, local ODI and all of that, whatever cities you are targeting, you'll say that
Yep.
support is there. So enablers are nothing but your requirements that
Okay.
you will. So if you say affordable tickets, so you will say what we will do is all the unsold tickets on the just before the journey date,
Hmm.
which anyway the airline will incur loss,
Yeah.
will
Yeah.
be made available only through this app.
Mhm.
Make sense? And these are the
Yeah.
enablers.
Yeah.
So this is how you will enable those outcomes and benefits for the organization.
Okay. Yeah. Got it.
Make sense?
Yeah. 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 Clear.
So once you have edited it, you take your time today. If you can upload it on Google Drive, I tell you why. I will use this example for subsequent IBS batches,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah. Sure.
So I
Sure.
can
Sure.
show your submission also, because it's little tidy. So I can just show this one of the examples from my previous batches to the upcoming batches. Thank
Sure,
you.
Mohit. Okay. Thank you, Mohit. Thank you.
Thank
Yeah.
you. Folks, I need 10 minutes time. Actually, my daughter has come in from school and nobody's there. She needs my help. So give me 10 minutes time. We will restart the session at 16, um, 40 sharp. Just give me some time. I just need to give her some food to eat and all, and then we'll restart. Okay, 16:40, which is 4:40 p.m. Thank you. Hey folks, I'm back. Thanks for the cooperation. If you can hear me as well, all of you, please ping on chat. Hello. Is anyone there?
Yes, Mohit, we can hear you.
Yeah, great.
Yes,
Perfect.
Mohit, absolutely.
Yes. Thank you so much for your support. So we'll start now. Let me share my screen. Yes. So what we discussed till now, we have covered two knowledge areas, right? One is the strategy analysis. Anybody can tell me what is the strategy analysis all about in one line? Anybody? Getting the problem approved, as simple as that. For funding. This is the main purpose. See, I tell you.
Mohit, Afzal here.
Yes. Yes.
So can we say like getting the problem solution approved or getting
Agreed. You can say problem and the solution. You are right. Absolutely. You can also say that. But I was trying to simplify it. I was saying when we say problem approved for funding, if you come with any problem, I will only give you money unless I understand everything about the problem. So when I say problem, I want to know the definition of the problem, your analysis about the problem, the solution that you are recommending, the risk associated with the solution, and also the cost benefit analysis, and how will you implement and offer the solution to the impacted stakeholders so that the problem eventually gets solved. So I need to know everything, then only I'll give you the money. And that is what strategy analysis is all about. Make sense, Akhil?
yes, Mohit, it's clear. Thank you.
Perfect, great. So after strategy analysis, you do BA planning and monitoring, which is nothing but all about planning. That's it. So planning from BA perspective, please remember perspective. You are not planning from entire project perspective. You are not a project manager. Okay. So as a BA, if you are working as a BA, you just plan from BA perspective. And what plans you do? Anybody? The first thing that you do as part of planning?
Monitor.
First thing, sorry?
We decide which model that we go for. Is it agile or
Absolutely.
waterfall or hybrid?
Approach, yes, approach. You are right. Second,
You have to decide which stakeholders you are supposed to engage.
third,
And then you decide what would when there are changes in the requirements, how do you manage them, which stakeholders you engage with, and how do you sign off those changes?
very
Governance.
governance. Fourth,
Information
management. Yeah.
information management. Very nice. And the last,
performance management.
performance assessment.
Monitoring. Yeah.
Monitoring and assessment. Okay. And which performance? Whose performance? BA.
BA.
So simple it is about BA planning and monitoring. Okay. Now elicitation is even simpler. And that's why generally in most of the batches, I start with elicitation. You start with elicitation right from day one. Even though formal elicitation starts now because your plans are approved, right? Once your plans are approved, you will start all your requirement workshops and so on. So what is elicitation? Let's look at the knowledge area. Such a simple knowledge area. I'll show you. Yes. So first of all, you will prepare for elicitation. See, elicitation is when you are gathering. See, first of all, there is a difference between elicitation and requirement gathering. Now, in earlier days, as a BA, you just used to gather requirements. So you used to go to the stakeholder and you used to ask the stakeholder what you want. They used to give you requirements and you used to just gather requirements. Nowadays, you discover requirements. So when I spoke about value tree, your stakeholders are not telling you what features we need in the application. You're discovering those features. So you are playing a very, very important role now. I'll give you a classic example. In past days, when you used to go to a simple restaurant, the waiter used to come to you saying that what you want to eat or order. You just used to tell him that this is what I want, and the waiter will give it back to you. That is requirement gathering. Waiter was acting as a PA, traditional PA. He was gathering requirement from the customer, what he wants to order. But nowadays, when you go to a good restaurant, waiter actually tells you this is what you should eat. Right? They ask you what kind of experience would you like to have. They give you options, continental, Mexican, and so on. And depending upon their discussion with you, they will recommend you this is what you should try if you have come out for a outing. So what I'm saying is elicitation. I gave you a very simple example so that you understand. In today's world, elicitation is all about discovering requirements. Gone are the days when your customer will tell you what you need to do, and all you need to do is implement what customers are telling you. The reason being is most of the time, customers themselves are not aware of what they need. I did my interiors for my flat just 3 years ago, a couple of years ago, 3, 4 years ago. I went to an interior designer. So they asked me what I need. So they were in requirement gathering mode. So I told them I need white color theme and so on. They did exactly what I told them, the interior firm. But when I saw the output, I was not happy. I realized I don't like actually the white color so much. And then we asked them if they can add wooden color wherever possible. And, because of this, the delivery was delayed by 1 month. So gone are the days. So if I would have gone with a good interior firm, home interior firm, they would have also done some suggestions to me. It is not like I am only telling them, this is what I want. Sometimes they also suggest, depending upon their domain knowledge, this is what would be best for you. And then you do a POC, a prototype, they will give you something small and you like it. You say, yes, it's working for me, and then they'll implement it in your entire home. So elicitation is all about discovering requirements. So let's say you want to discover requirements. So you first of all, you will do is preparing for elicitation. So right now, all of you are doing elicitation from me. You're gathering information from me for CBAP. So how you do that? You first prepared for elicitation. So first you decided what you want from me. All of you said, we want CBAP curriculum. So that is the input need, what you need from me. Then you decided who all should be involved in this meeting, right? You chose me with respect to other trainers. You decided, okay, these are the right people to be part of that meeting. And then you came up with elicitation activity plan, which is nothing but scheduled resources and supporting material. So if it's an online meeting, just like ours, you will have Zoom ready, right? If any pre-read material is there, you will arrange that material as well. If it's an offline meeting, you will have a booked room, you will have calendar invites, you will have notepad, whiteboard. So this way you will prepare for elicitation as a PA. So once the elicitation has been prepared, you have prepared for elicitation, then you conduct elicitation. So right now, when the day will come, that particular session will come, you will conduct the elicitation. See how simple it is. So whatever you have prepared, it become input because you leverage that. All of us are using this Zoom call, right? You will leverage that. And during the elicitation, please remember, all of you are taking raw notes, right? Some of you are making notes while I am speaking. These are elicitation results unconfirmed. Why we say unconfirmed? Because you have taken some raw notes which you believe that you have understood correctly, whatever I'm trying to explain. This is your understanding, whatever notes you are making. Now, let's say you make the notes during the elicitation, which is right now. Once elicitation is done, you will share your raw notes with me. Sometimes you do meeting minutes, right? And you ask for confirmation. The reason why BA Box says is, see, communication is a two-way street. Not only the responsibility lies on the speaker, but equal responsibility lies on the listener as well. So as a listener, even though speaker, he or she trying his or her best, sometimes listener, they are not actively listening. So they might miss certain points. So generally, it's a good practice. You come up with meeting minutes, you share those meeting minutes for confirmation. So we call it elicitation results confirm. So the first one is raw notes, which you are making right now. And after that, if you share your raw notes with me, ask for confirmation, it becomes elicitation result confirm. So generally in our setup, you guys are not sharing any raw notes. Generally, we don't ask you to share raw notes. It's not a school curriculum. But how I am trying to confirm your understanding with help of quiz after every knowledge area. So basically what we are doing here is we are doing nothing. We are trying to confirm, your understanding as listener. So first, if you see elicitation and collaboration has 5 tasks. The first 3 tasks are related to elicitation. How many tasks? First 3 tasks. Remaining 2 tasks are related to collaboration. So what is collaboration? Now, as a BA, your job is not only to gather requirements, but any information that you gain, which you feel is important for the project, you have to communicate with all the right stakeholders. For example, I'll tell you, when I was working in TCS for SBI online banking, we created that online banking website. On that website, on the bottom footer, we had powered by TCS logo. So we had that. Okay, we said that we will do a little bit of branding as well. We said powered by TCS. In 2006, just before we were going live, there was a town hall in TCS. Some of you are from TCS, so you can recall. That time in TCS announced they are changing their logo. As soon as I heard the logo is getting changed, I immediately communicated that information to my developers and testers. I did not assume that they are also aware. I told them, whenever you will pick up this story or a requirement, make sure you upload the latest logo on the website. So as a BA, your job is not only from a requirement perspective, any information that you believe, let's say, you got to know like there will be, let's say, a band or a shutdown for 2 days because of some protest. So as a BA, if you were planning a sprint demo, which was a live, not a virtual demo, but a in-person demo. So you will immediately communicate information to everybody and convert that demo from in-person to virtual demo. So as a BA, you act as a very active member or active partner to project manager. You won't say it is a PM job. He or she will tell everybody, why should I take care? My job is only to take care of requirements. So this is what they are trying to explain. And finally, as a BA, you manage stakeholder collaboration in elicitation. So what you do is remember in BA planning and monitoring, you got the stakeholder engagement approach. This is where you will implement that approach. So these are the stakeholders. You need to engage them in this manner. You will engage them. And also you will assess your engagement, whatever metrics you have decided, like feedback and all, you will ask for feedback from the stakeholder. It's very, very important whether it is working well or not. And accordingly, the output is stakeholder engagement, which is how effective is your engagement with the stakeholders. Such a simple knowledge area, which is all about elicitation and collaboration. So elicitation is all about discovering information, and collaboration is all about managing relationship with all your stakeholders. Any question with respect to elicitation and collaboration?
Yeah, Mohit, related to stakeholder collaboration. So, do you mean like when we are engaging with the customers, we ask them feedbacks on the way we communicated with them, like are the requirement discussions happening as per your expectation? Do you want to do it in a different way? Are the
Yes.
documents being like provided as you expect? Is that the way of, is that
Yeah,
the feedback that we target?
that's one aspect. And secondly, giving them regular updates as well. So depending
Okay.
on the stakeholder type, you keep them updated, right? Of the requirement status update. So let's say I've given you requirement today, Kanti,
Mm.
and then you are not even telling me when we are starting the development, when I can expect a demo. So
Okay.
as a customer, you keep, so if I'm a regulator,
Mm.
so you will tell me, hey Mohit, we are launching this app. These are the travel regulations. For example, one of the regulation from travel advisory of Government of India is that any terms, any guidelines from Government of India on that particular travel date, it's your responsibility to inform the customer as well. Earlier, it was airline responsibility.
Mm.
Now, even Make My Trip, remember if COVID guidelines were there, Make My Trip were giving
Yeah,
templates. Please check, please carry your COVID certificate.
yeah,
Uh,
yeah.
please check whether there is no shutdown. So as a BA, you decide what all the stakeholders, what information they need, and you keep on informing them time to time. And also you engage with them and ask them their feedback on a regular basis so that if they have any concern, you can address them real time.
Okay, got it.
Okay. Anyone else, please? So let's look at some of the techniques. Elicitation has a lot of techniques, very easy techniques. The first technique is how you get, see now what is elicitation is discovering information. Now let's say all of us are making an app, a travel app for tier 3 customers, city customers. And we are discovering what features we need to have in that app. So we can do what we call as brainstorming. Brainstorming is nothing but asking for ideas. So I will say, hey, Afzal, Akhil, Gautam, Jerry, you give me your ideas. All of you will give me ideas. And then I will, analyze those ideas with the help of all of you. And then we figure out which ideas to take forward and which ideas not to take forward. Then there is another form of brainstorming, which is brain writing. So brain writing is now people generally feel conscious in sharing their idea. They might believe they might be laughed at. Their idea might not be as good as others. So what Babok says is, you can give slips to everybody, ask them to write ideas anonymously, and then you share your slips with me. And then I will share the ideas with all the group. Everybody will rate the idea. Whichever idea is the rated highest will go with that. So this way we'll foster or support or strengthen creative activity or creative thinking about problem solving. Another way of discovering information is document analysis. You need not always talk to people. If let's say tomorrow I join Kandi's project, he or she has already, the entire team has already built a product. So I need not always get everything from Kandi only. I can ask Kandi to give me documentation about the product. I can get a lot of information from available documents. This is also a very good technique. The third technique is focus group. Now, there are two types of technique. One is focus group. The second is requirement workshop. In workshop, the difference is very subtle. Workshop, you invite everybody. You say so basically you begin with workshop. You invite everybody. You say, okay, let's discuss the problem. You have auditors, legal, compliance, regulators, everybody's there, and you are discussing the problem and you try to understand the landscape of the problem. In focus group, you focus on one particular area and you invite only select subject matter expert. So let's say you say, today we will only decide how to log in into the app. So whether username, password, OTP, security token, there are multiple ways, or single sign-on. So you will invite only select subject matter experts who is related to that particular topic. So that is focus group, requirement workshop. Okay. Then we have interviews. Sometimes I have list of 10 questions. So I will say, hey Afzal, I have 10 questions from you. I will ask one and one, please give me answer. So sometimes we go for interview as well. So once we get the information in focus group and requirement workshop, when we go back, when we prepare meeting minutes, that time we realize our doubts and queries. All those doubts and queries, we can have a follow-up interview session. Observation. Let's say you want to see what is the customer expectation, tier 3 city customer expectation while booking a flight ticket online. You will first observe how they are using existing products, what challenges they are facing. So just by observing, you will get a lot of ideas. You will see they are struggling with internet speed. They are struggling with English language. They are very sensitive about price. They are comparing the price with train ticket. One of the good idea is if you are launching an app for a tier 3 city, flight booking app, you can compare the cost of flight ticket with the railway ticket for the same route. And you can tell the customer, this is only the difference. Because generally I have seen tier 3 cities customer, they compare the both. What is the train ticket cost? What is the flight cost? And if the difference is huge, they will go for train ticket. See, just by observing, you will get ideas. Then prototyping wireframes. Now, let's say you told the customer, this is what I will build. For example, in my case, interior firm. I ask them, I need all my furniture in white colors. If they would have done a prototype of one room and show it to me that Mohit, this is how it looks, I would have given him feedback straight away that I need little bit of different colors now. But what they did, they created the entire interiors and they showed to me on the last day. And that time I realized I need some more color, because having complete white, you will laugh. It was actually, my flat was looking like a hospital, clinic. It was so white. I said, no, I need some colors. And then we figured out what colors. Somebody suggested blue color. I said, blue color, it will again look like an hospital, blue and white. Then we realized adding a wooden color to white, it will add, the aesthetics will look better. So that is prototyping. And finally, survey questionnaire. Difference between interview and questionnaire is, interview you generally can do when your number of stakeholders are very few. So you can ask those questions. But let's say I have to do a question, take information from 100 and 1,000 of stakeholders. I generally do a survey, right? Survey monkey, questionnaire. I'll put up a questionnaire. So for example, Google, when they launched Gmail in 2003, I think 2002, they launched Gmail beta version. They wanted experience feedback from the customer. They launched that feedback form. I remember filling the feedback form for Gmail in 2003, 4 times. I was one of the beta users for Gmail. So these are some of the elicitation techniques. Any question, please, on elicitation techniques? Very simple. All is you need, see, the question that you will get in exam is, They'll tell you a scenario and then they will tell you which technique you think is most appropriate. So if you truly understand the technique, you will be able to answer it very quickly. Okay? Then facilitation. What is facilitation? Facilitation is how you conduct the meeting. That is facility. You have become a facilitator. So right now I'm, apart from a trainer, I'm also a facilitator for this session. So being a facilitator, what I do is I actively listen to everybody. It's very, very important. So when you are a BA and you are facilitating a requirement workshop or a focus group, make sure as a BA, you listen to everybody. Generally, we have our own preferences, bias. We believe these people are way smarter than others. Sometimes you get good ideas from unexpected corners. It has happened so many times in my experience. Generate participation. Some people are, naturally they participate. Some people, they are conscious. It's very natural to be conscious. You have to encourage participation from everybody by asking questions, right? Be neutral to everybody. Don't go with your favorite mindset. It shows in the meeting. Question smartly. So the best way of discovering information is by questioning smartly. Paraphrase. So paraphrasing is, let's say Kandi, when she was giving a demo of her submission, I just summarized what she just spoke. So paraphrasing really helps. It makes sure that all the participants in the room, they understand whatever being discussed. So as a BA, be a smart communicator, effective communicator. And sometimes paraphrasing, summarizing what others have spoken really helps. Using flip chart. For example, I generally use Notepad. This is nothing but a flip chart, virtual flip chart. I make note of keywords while I'm speaking to all of you. It registers the message in the listeners. Just writing few keywords, it really makes communication very impactful. Maintain focus. Biggest mistake we do is we don't plan for breaks in our workshops. Always give due breaks. Do not assume everybody will be active for continuous hours and so on. Always plan for breaks. Always ask for feedback. Very important. Summarizing is at the end. Difference between paraphrasing and summarizing is paraphrasing is throughout the session. You summarize at the end. Synthesizing ideas. So synthesizing idea is somebody gave you a small idea. You help nurture the idea during the session. So let's say somebody say, when we were discussing traveling apps, internet, somebody just said internet speed, and then the person kept quiet. You will then, yeah, this is a good point. You will synthesize the idea. You will build over that idea. You say, yes, internet speed is an issue in tier 3 cities. Should we give it complete offline app or a semi-offline app? Asynchronous app, right? So you synthesize idea. And the last important point is intervention. Some people tend to hijack. They believe, especially when their reporting managers are there, they will tend to hijack, they will go on and on. That time you should have courage to tell that person that we have to give opportunity to everybody. So that is intervention. And finally, whenever you plan a session for 1 hour, first set the agenda for the session. Like this is what we will discuss. Spend some time to know everybody. If required, have an introduction. Then you do the session for 30 minutes. Sometimes you do parking lot coverage. What is parking lot coverage? Let's say there is a particular query or a clarification or a topic which is taking too much time. You just park them. You tell them, okay, we will come back to this point later. Let's continue our discussion on other points. So that is your 30 minutes. And also 5-10 minutes. In the end, summarize what we have discussed and what next steps you think you will plan. and also share them as meeting minutes. And this is how a BA should conduct any requirement workshop, focus group, or any requirement session, or facilitate that session. Any question, please, on techniques and facilitation? Very, very simple knowledge area and very impactful knowledge area.
Mohit Afzal here.
Yes.
We will be directly interacting with the clients, right? So
Yes.
they are not that much comfortable with English. Maybe we'll have like a translator, and
yes.
So you like any extra suggestions we can implement in that case?
So translator will paraphrase them.
Okay.
In your case, you will ask translator to continuously paraphrase during the session. It's a good point. Thank you, Afzal. Yeah. Any question, please, before we look at the last quiz for today? See, I hope now you must have realized BA Bock is such a simple book to crack. And still 90% of the folks, they never attempt the exam. Because it's a very costly exam. Roughly, it will take $500. I completely understand. But trust me, it's worth it. You have a certificate. It gives a stamp that this particular person is certified on business analysis. It's like having a formal education. Formal education always help. Okay? So let me share my quiz to all of you and let's see how many of you get it correct. Yes. I'll give you 15 minutes. I'll put it over chat. Think thoroughly and make sure you get all 6 correct. Okay? I'm sharing this as well. True or false, simple true or false, all answers in one go over the chat. 15 minutes. So we'll look at the answers at 5:20 sharp. Folks, please share your answers. I have got from some of you already. Jerry, Shubham, Akhil has given, Susan, Salai, others as well. Saloni, thank you, Saloni, Afzal. No worries, Kandi, no worries. Okay, so I think I've got the answers from most of you. Let's look at the answers. Okay, again, little tricky, but interesting quiz. Yes, so if you see here, yeah. So if you see elicitation questions here, the first one is BA information could be any kind of information at any level of detail, including requirement, risk, issues, dependencies, criteria, and assumption. The answer is true. Most of you got it correct. So any information, whether it's related to requirement, risk, issues, dependencies, constraint, and assumptions, you feel you should be sharing with your stakeholders, you will share. The first answer is true. It is mandatory to confirm elicitation results before beginning requirement analysis. The answer is false. This was tricky. The reason it is false is because generally what BA box says is people do not respond to meeting minutes. If you share meeting minutes asking for confirmation, if you have any feedback, let me know. If I've missed anything, let me know. Nobody, I mean, if you're lucky, if everybody goes through your meeting minutes, but most of the times I've seen people don't go through meeting minutes, especially the senior stakeholders, and especially if your meeting minutes are very, very lengthy. So it's very difficult to get confirmation. So the key word here is mandatory. It is not, it is preferred. It is recommended, but it is not mandatory. So you can start your requirement documentation even if you are still awaiting confirmation for elicitation results. The second is false. Okay. The third, the purpose of stakeholder collaboration is to maintain relationship and encourage stakeholders to work towards common, which is absolutely true. First one is true, second one is false, third one is true. Fourth, during managed stakeholder collaboration tasks, assessment tells you effectiveness of BA tasks, especially focused on stakeholder engagement example, which is true. So assessment is all about effectiveness, how effectively you are performing your task, which is true. Three types of elicitation: collaborative, research, or experiment. Experiment can discover information that cannot be obtained from people or document, which is true. That's why Gmail, when they launched, they did an experiment with beta version. Nobody knew how email works online, right? It was a new concept back then. They did an experiment, gave it to the customers, and then they said, okay, the feedback will tell whether their approach is correct or not. So if you know people can give it, collaborative, you can get it from people. Research is documents. So you can go through all the documents. Experiment is when you neither have people or document. So you do a prototyping or POC. While conducting elicitation, you decide which technique. False. You do not decide technique during conducting elicitation, but you decide technique while you are preparing for elicitation. Okay. And depending upon the technique, you will arrange supporting material as well. So you do not decide technique during conducting elicitation, but you already prepare for it and you decided during prepare for elicitation. So the answer is false. You understood? The first one is false. The second one, sorry, the first one is true. The second one is false. The third one is true. The fourth one is true. Fifth one is true. And the last one is false. Only second and sixth are false. Any question from anyone with respect to elicitation?
Not exactly the question, but it looks like when I was preparing for the IELTS and TOEFL for the like going abroad. So like more on the language side, we need to
Yes.
read very carefully what exactly they are saying, right?
Absolutely. See, this is how US examination is all about. Even if you go for CFA, Chartered Financial Analyst, Financial Risk Manager, they are very, very concerned whether you know read the question properly, because this is how the world is, unfortunately, even today. You speak to all the senior stakeholders, you have to understand what they're trying to communicate, read between the lines, connect the dots. That is all is actually required apart from your subject knowledge. And this is why this exam is not only about the subject knowledge, but also how smart with you are with understanding the question and then choosing the right option.
Okay.
And trust me, guys, if you're able to score even 40-50% now, you're already there. Within 2 weeks, all of you can have a certificate. Nobody will ask you what are the inputs for prepare for elicitation. What is the output of communicate BA information? Nobody will ask you this. They will ask you, they'll give you scenarios like this only. You have to read the scenario, give one option. And option itself will actually tell you which could be the right answer. Sometimes reading the option, you will be able to guess this looks better as compared to other. And always remember, all you need to score is 60%. If you're able to score 60, you are through. Okay. So thank you. I really hope you enjoyed today's session. I try to keep it simple. I try to keep it relevant. I try to give as many examples as I can so that you don't forget all of these concepts, even on your exam day, and you're able to relate to some of things that we have discussed during this curriculum. So tomorrow, we will cover other 3 knowledge areas, which is very simple: requirement analysis, right, which is all about documentation. Then requirement lifecycle management, which is managing change in requirements. And finally, your solution evaluation, which is testing your solution. So we'll cover all these 3 knowledge areas tomorrow. Last day, we will have a very interesting quiz. All of you will get a link. You will attend around 50 to 60 questions. We'll give you around 1.5 hours. We'll see how many of you have scored really well. You will have access to your scores immediately. And also, I'll explain to you how to submit your application. In totality, all of you will complete your application within the session. And if you have any queries, you can ask before we wrap up the workshop. Okay, thank you so much for being such a nice audience. Tomorrow, we will regroup for remaining knowledge areas. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mohit.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mohit.
Thank you.
Thanks again.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Yes, Mohit. Sorry, just out of curiosity, one last question
Sure.
before we wrap up. Like, I'm holding less than 5 years of experience. So, is it possible to fill the application, as I'm very
Yes,
eager
yes.
to
I will
do the
explain.
exam?
Don't worry at all.
Thanks,
I will
thanks.
explain all the smart tactics on last day.
Sure.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good day. Bye-bye.
You too. Bye.
Yeah, hi, Mohit. Hello.
Yes, yes, sir.
Yeah, Mohit, tomorrow we are having a release. So in between, I will have to go for execution. So will you allow that?
What is that time you need break? I will
Yeah,
plan.
I will message you at that time. Just allow me to join back because yesterday, in between, I had to get into the stand-up meeting. But when I tried
Oh,
to log in back,
I will,
it was.
I will definitely allow you to join.
Oh,
Thank
thank
you.
you. Thank you so much, Mohit. Please.
Thank
Thanks. Yeah.
you. Thank you. Bye.
Yeah, yeah, Mohit. Take care. Bye bye. Have a great day.
You too. Bye.